Radio check?
Loud and good.
Oh my god! Screen isn't on, it's off.
Friday night street legal is just about ready to get underway. Don't forget, we're broadcasting live 92.7 FM, so you can hear all the action in the pits. Big hi and a shout out to our live stream viewers and to you. It's so great to see your smiling faces out on this beautiful day. Amazing. It was 28 degrees out there on my way in. Everybody was heading out of town. Just a reminder here to download that Time Slip app, please. We do not have the Time Shack, the ET Shack anymore, so we need you to download the app. Just go to the App Store, whichever App Store you need to use for your phone, and type in Mission Raceway. It's the first app in the store. Big thanks to Stephen Monet for helping us out making that app. If for some reason you cannot access that app, we do have a kiosk in the pro shop where you can type in your car number and print out your own time slip. But please, we'd rather you download the app so we don't get 70 people in the pro shop and give Carol and Clara some stress. Today we're going to be starting off with our Outlaw class. It'll be Outlaw, Domestic, Sport, Compact, and Bike. Domestic class is brought to you by Mopac. Outlaw is brought to you also by Mopac. Motorcycle class brought to you by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. And Sports Compact class brought to you by Racing Greed. Big thanks to our friends at the Titanium Auto Group. Here, of course, this is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. The Titanium Auto Group is your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group and you could win big. I saw they were giving away 3 prizes of $100. Hey, everybody could use $100, and they are drawing the winner on Monday. So head over there, like the Titanium Auto Group Facebook page, and enter the draw. You could be the big winner on Monday. And while you're online, make sure you go to our Mission Raceway Facebook page and like it and get all the latest and greatest from Mission Raceway. Thanks again for racing with us on the strip, not on the streets. Big thanks to Lordco Auto Parts, sponsoring the spectator side. Tower side is sponsored by TCS Performance Transmission Products. Also thanks to Avenue Machinery Corp, Prospect Equipment, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, Racing Greed, and Peden Industries. Make sure you check out the concession stand. Boy, oh boy, they have some great burgers over there. I will be heading over there a little later on to have my breakfast. Clara, of course, the Employee of the Year here at Mission Raceway last year. Way to go, Clara. The pro shops got t-shirt, hats, candy, ice cream, Matchbox cars. They have everything over there. Such cool stuff for your man or woman cave. Be sure to visit the pro shop. And hopefully the mini donuts will be open. I always enjoy the mini donuts. They've got the cappuccinos, the mochachinos, all the chinos with the whipped cream on top. So hopefully they'll open up later. We ask you to bear with us. This is the first race of the season. We are excited, and of course, the computer decides to break down. So I will be pulling up your cars manually. So please, again, bear with us. We absolutely want to know who you are, and I want to announce all about your vehicle because it's all about you here, the racers. Friday night street legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Will be starting shortly. Please be sure to download the Time Slip app in the App Store. Type in Mission Raceway. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, racers and pit crew, welcome to the Friday Night Street Legals here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We are looking to bring up some cars into the lanes now. Attention in the pits, Outlaw and Bike Class. Can you please make your way over to the staging lanes? Just another reminder, please have your air conditioning shut off. We do not want to get water on the track because track compound and water do not mix. Outlaw and Bike Class to the lanes, please. Just to let you know, our tower staff will be using the Mission Raceway Twitter account to help with updates, run orders, class calls, and lane assignments, and lots of other racer and spectator info. Make sure to give us a follow and turn on your Twitter notifications so you can easily see where we are in our class order and any other information that you will need. We are also actively posting on the Mission Raceway's Facebook page, so you can always check there for all the latest information about the park. Just about ready to get underway with our Outlaw class. Outlaw sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice for performance auto parts and service. A huge sponsor here at Mission Raceway, especially for the Street Legals. Big hello to the live stream people. Hello. We hope you're having a great day. And a hello to all the race fans here today. It's good to see you out there. What a beautiful day it is. Up here in the tower, my name is Chrissy. We have Shelby, Anna, and Elise. And Guntus here apprenticing with us. Big thanks to all our track officials out there. Everybody's excited. The first race of the season. Wow. It's been a mighty long winter, hasn't it? And I think spring has sprung today. And where else better to spend your evening than here at Mission Raceway? We have a ton of races this year, folks. May 6th and 7th, we have the Summit ET Race Series coming up. And our next Mopac Street Legals is May the 12th. May 13th and 14th, the BC Historic Motor Races at the Speed Fanatic Motorsport Circuit, sponsored by Titanium Ford. And hey, a new thing, Sunday, May 28th, the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association Race. Wow, that is exciting. Drag boats back in the Fraser River. Can't wait to see that. Just a reminder again, we are broadcasting 92.7 FM. If for some reason you can't hear me with our brand new speakers, and look at that scoreboard at the end. Isn't that gorgeous? We've had so many new additions here at Mission Raceway, and we'll tell you all about them coming up. Here's our first vehicle of the year. Steve in the TCS lane, doing a little burnout there. He is an employee here at Mission Raceway. And there he goes, smoking those tires. In the Lordco lane, we have Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby in his 2008 BMW 335i. Steve Sikora going against Dorian Unkovic. It's Steve Sikora. Sounded really great. In the Lordco lane, now we have Dorian here from Burnaby, 2008 BMW, going against the white Corvette. Don't have his tech card quite yet. The first side-by-side drag race of the season right here, Friday Night Street Legals. Can we get motorcycles to the staging lane, please? Motorcycles to the staging lane. Tower side in 11.74. And the Lordco lane in 11.49. We've got Stephen Kennedy from Coombs in the black vehicle. Stephen a 10.922 and 11.48 with a 4 in the TCS lane. Just a reminder, we haven't got all of the tech cards, so if we can't say your name, then we don't have your tech card yet, but we will, don't you worry. Camaro versus the Mustang. It's Ken Christensen in the TCS lane, running his 2014 Ford Roche Mustang 5.0, going against Robert McLean from Burnaby in his 2018 Camaro ZL1. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic class, please? Domestics to the lane. .77 in the TCS lane. And not a time for the other one. Interesting. All right, number 126 here on the tower side. It's Dell from Pitt Meadows, 1977 Nova. It's going against a gentleman from Surrey. I'll have to determine his writing. It looks like it might be Steve in 1969 Camaro. And Dell raising those tires in the air, saying hello, mission. A 10.66 against a 13.09. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic class heading over to the lanes, please? Domestic class heading toward the lanes. Please, reminder, don't have your air conditioning on. In the TCS lane, we have Tony Brand from North Vancouver, 1973 Nova, running a Chev 434. Going against the green truck. We don't have his tech card yet, but we will, folks. Again, we're doing all of this manually. Our computer decided, no, I'm not going to work today. Why would I? TCS lane a 10.75 versus a 12.32 in the Lordco lane. Tower side, it is Malaya from Coquitlam, running in the Audi R53, a 2018. She stole it. An 11.49 for Malaya. Heading into our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. In the Lordco lane, we have Charles Evans from Abbotsford. He's running his Kawasaki Ninja. Going against our friend Tom Turand in the TCS lane. He's racing his Daytona, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. 2017 Suzuki is what Tom is on. Tom has been around a lot, great guy. We'll see what Tom and Charles can do here. The bulbs are lit. Our first motorcycle passes at 8.9, one with a 1.4 Tom and 9.36 for Charles. Great passes here in our motorcycle class. Pulling up to the line, we have Geezer. He is from Chilliwack. Says he works for the government. It's a 2005 GSXR 1000 Suzuki. He calls himself Geezer. I don't think so. Nice pass, a 9.91 with a 7. Not bad for a Geezer. Shane Harder is next up. He is from Abbotsford, racing a 2005 Suzuki. This Suzuki is turbocharged! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark! Shane Harder. Coming up next here in our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Okay, it looks like that he left before the tree, so no time, unfortunately. Rolling into our domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. White shove truck going against the red Corvette. We don't have their time slips quite yet, but again, we will, and please have patience with us. We are doing everything manually here today. In the Lordco lane, it is Stefan from Abbotsford in the 2015 Ram going against Darren Weatherby from Maple Ridge. He's racing the 2018 Dodge Durango. Stefan with a 13.9 14.60 and a 9, a 14.89 in the Lordco lane. The blue Mustang is Tanner Merritt. In his 66 Mustang, running a 357 Windsor. This is that guy. Going against Mark Mopac, 1980 Camaro, running a 350. Looks like a pretty good match so far. Wow, they're close. And Lordco lane at 15.03. Mark taking it at a 14.82 in the TCS lane. Blazer versus Blazer coming up to the line. Isn't that fun? Which one do you think's going to win? Black Blazer? And if you pick the Black Blazer, you would be correct at 12.81 versus a 16.31. It's Kyle Jessamine from Surrey, 1985 Regal, running a 355 Chev, going against Rex Jessamine, also from Surrey, 1978 Chevy Monte Carlo, running a 355 Chev. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compacts to the lanes, please. Kai taking it on 11.75. Rex with a 12.32. John Verbeck in his 1978 Chevy Malibu's going against Rod Gray from Abbotsford in his 2008 Taurus. John not messing around at all, an 11.86. Wow. Rod with a 15.31. In the Lordco lane, we have Brad Bloomfield from Kamloops, 1978 Pontiac Phoenix, running a 406. $12.17 in the Lordco lane, 15.85 for Brad. We've got Pavel from Maple Falls, Washington. Welcome in his 2016 Ford. And he's going against, in the Lordco lane, Morgan Brandt from Vancouver, 2002 Infinity. $11.92 in the TCS lane versus a 14.51 in the far lane. There's a couple of vehicles that we don't have time slips for yet. 11.47 with enabling Lordco lane, and looks like no time in the TCS lane. Ram in the TCS lane. It is Addie from Mission. Lordco lane a 13.28 and a 13.59 in the TCS lane, so pretty close. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sports Compact, please. Sports Compact to the lanes. We have Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam in his 2019 Dodge running a 392 Hemi. Going against the little green truck. Don't worry, folks. We will be getting the rest of our tech sheets and we'll be able to announce everybody's name because we want you to be recognized. However, our computer decided, you know, why would I work on the first day of racing? No. We're going to get through it. We're doing everything manually. Just please have patience. Malibu versus the BMW. I think this might be a good race right here. .83 in the TCS lane. And the BMW having some troubles at the line, but I'm sure the next time around, they're not going to have that type of trouble. And again, if you are new to racing, if you just put a N on the side of your vehicle where we can see it, our starters will help you and guide you and just let you know what the procedure is. Because if you're new, how are you supposed to know? And we're open to teaching you anything you need to know. Moving into our Sport Compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Well, it looks like we're going to run our one last domestic. Oh, I see. He is a Sports Compact. It just says domestic. Messing with me. All right, no problem. We can roll. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Just a reminder to racers. We need you to clean out your wheel wells and tires. Make sure they are free of rocks. We are having a situation where people are not attending to that big detail. And it makes it quite dangerous if rocks end up on the racetrack. In the TCS lane, we've got Peyton. He is from Surrey in his 2009 BMW 335. Going against Mike Ing from Abbotsford, racing his 2019 Audi R53. An 11.09 for Mike. What a great pass. An 11.08 for Peyton. Our first two cars in our Sports Compact class. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw class, you are on standby. Outlaw class, you are on standby, please. We have the Audi versus the Volkswagen coming up next in Sports Compact. Audi taking it at 12.31 and a 13.13 in the Lordco lane for the Volkswagen. And Copeland from Surrey here in the TCS lane, 2016 Subaru Outback. Subaru with a 15.54, 16.43 in the Lordco lane. All right, we have a Honda Civic in the Lordco lane, and we have Steven from Abbotsford. It is 1985 Porsche in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the Outlaw class to the lanes, please? Outlaws, make your way over to the lanes. 12.31 for the Porsche versus 13.17 in the Lordco lane. Again, thanks for racing with us here on the strip and not on the street. This is the best place for getting all of that, I don't know what you call it, it's need for speed. Take it out on the track. BMW in the TCS lane going against the Volkswagen. Those Volkswagens are pretty cool. You sure can put on some performance parts under those Volkswagens. I should have bought a Volkswagen instead of a Honda Civic. My bad. 12.38 in the TCS lane and 11.95 in the Lordco lane. BMW in the TCS lane going against the Mazda in the Lordco lane. Airham shifting right through those gears. Trying to catch up. But no, looks like TCS lane is 16.53 versus the 16.96 in the Lordco lane. Volkswagen pulling up here in the TC lane looks pretty darn cool. Gonna take on that Volkswagen. 1962 VW Bug owned by Sam Wood from Mission. Going against Aiden, the 2007 Toyota. Sam Wood versus, I think it's Aiden. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the Outlaw class to the lanes, please? Outlaws to the lanes. Wow, that Volkswagen just rockin' rollin' at 12.82 with a 3 in the TCS lane. Lordco lane, a 17.89. We have Rich Dang from Maple Ridge in his 2020 Type R. Sponsored by Inertia Motorsports, going against Ali Gomez from Mission 2017 Honda Civic. Also sponsored by Inertia Motorsports. Rich versus Ali. Looks pretty close so far at half track. But a 14.36 in the TCS lane, a 15.19 in the Lordco lane. We have an Audi here running a solo pass in the TCS lane. Sports Compact sponsored by Racing Greed. Outlaw class, you should be in the lanes, please. Outlaw class, you should be in the lanes. A 21.34 in the TCS lane. Looks like that may wrap up our sports compact class. Outlaws, you should be in the lanes, please. Outlaws, you should be in the lanes. Don't forget, we're broadcasting live on 92.7 FM. A big shout out to all our spectators here today. Hey everyone, it's great to see you. Isn't it gorgeous out today? Beautiful out here in Mission. We really deserve this weather, don't we? It was not great for the last, I don't know, forever, to be honest. And I really appreciate this beautiful evening here for our first Street Legals of the year, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Again, a big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group for sponsoring us here. We are the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Be sure to check out their Facebook page, Titanium Auto Group. If you like it and they've got a few instructions, you could win. They're giving away 3 $100 prizes and they are drawing it on Monday. So be sure to go and like the Titanium Auto Group page, and while you're there, like the Mission Raceway page. Don't Moving into our Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. If you're getting a little hot and a little bit thirsty, be sure to check out the concession stand. The concession stand with the greatest food ever and a whole ton of options for liquid refreshments. I'm sure also the Pro Shop has additional things as well as ice cream, because, you know, I'd be really into having an ice cream right about now. Outlaw class, again, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice for performance auto parts and services. It's Ken Christensen from Coquitlam in his 2014 Ford Mustang 5.0 going against Razvan from Maple Ridge. He's racing a 1996 VW Golf, and he is an engineer. Ken having a great pass. A 12.76. And look at that, a 12.80 for Razvan. That was a very, very close race. That's what we love here at Mission Raceway, side-by-side drag racing. Be sure to bring your friends or tell your friends, hey, come on down to the Mission Raceway. We're having a blast. And if they have a car that they would like to race, hey, sign them up for the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. We have some fun here. Lots of people jumping up and down. Big fans of some of these cars. We are a fan of all of our racers. You guys are all amazing, and you're putting on a show for us today. So thank you very much. Just another reminder to clean out your wheel wells and tires. Make sure they're free of rocks and have that air conditioning off, please. White Cocoa. John Koosman in White Cocoa, the 2016 Corvette. Going against the Dodge in the Lordco lane. A 9.99, and the Corvette with a 10.85. Tony Brand in the Lordco lane from North Vancouver, 1973 Nova, running a Chevy 434. Going against Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby in his 2008 BMW 335i. BMW versus Nova. Loads of power in that Nova, but had a little bit of a problem, a 14.77. So the TCS lane takes it at 11.22. A Cougar versus a Firebird. Two old school cars here. Pulling up to the lanes, lighting up those first bulbs. In the far lane, he's from Surrey, 1969, with a 400. It's Steve. Can he do it? No, an 11.87 versus the 13.27. Here in the TCS lane, we've got Everett from Maple Ridge in his 1972 Chevy Nova going against Stephen Kennedy. Looks like he is from Coombs, and he is a fisherman. In his 2020 Camaro. Old school versus new. Chevy Nova versus a Camaro. Who's going to take this pass? Everett launching off the line. And Stevens barreling after him, though. It's very close. An 11.52 in the TCS lane. An 11.73. in the Lordco lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lane. We have Dell Northgraves from Pitt Meadows in the Lordco lane, 1977 Nova. Going against that green truck, and holy moly, that thing's got some power to it. A 10.94 for Dell and a 12.33 for the green truck. Steve Sikora, a Mission employee here in the TCS lane. He is from Mission. His car is called 50 Shades of Grey and 89-510. Oh, S10, running a 383 stroker. Going against another Cougar. 68 Cougar, we think. Again, bear with us, please. We will get all our tech cards, and we'll be able to announce all of your names. Steve in the gray truck. Looks like he's having some fun today. Instead of working on the truck, he is racing at 11.23, and in the Lordco lane, a 13.11 with an 8. Mustang versus Mustang. The fastback in the Lordco lane. Who's gonna take this pass? The bulbs are lit. Here we go, double green. Looking very close so far, but oh my goodness. Looks like the fastback in 11.32 versus a 12.34. They're getting closer and closer, folks. You can tell. They want to win here. Outlaw class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. This is Sean Langley from Linden, Washington, in his 1969 Mach 1 Mustang. Always love it when our American friends come up to play. Sean Langley is a farmer from Linden. And what a great pass, a 12.00 with a 5. Great pass, Sean from Linden, Washington. Don't forget to download the Time Slip app if you're wondering, hey, where's the ET Shack? What happened? No, you need to download the new Time Slip app. Just go to your app store and put in Mission Raceways, and it should come right up. And if for some reason you can't connect to the app, in the Pro Shop, there is a kiosk that you can put in your car's their number, and get a printed out time slip. Rolling into motorcycle class now. Motorcycles are sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Glad to have them on board as a sponsor. Thank you very much. And be sure to visit all of these sponsors. You know, supporting motorsports, it's kind of a rare thing now, and we really appreciate all of the help we get from our sponsors to keep on racing. That's what we all want, keeping motorsports alive in BC. Also getting the kids on board. We've got junior classes, so if you do have some kids, they have a lot of fun out here. Junior Thunder, and the new class, the Junior Storm. Junior Lightning, Junior Thunder, Junior Storm, and then, of course, Junior Street. Junior Street is for your 17-year-olds and up. That's where you as the parent get to be a passenger. You know, you can give them the grocery getter. You know, it's bonding. Racing is bonding. A family affair, folks. Our motorcycle class here is about to begin. In the TCS lane, we've got Charles Evans from Abbotsford, is running his Kawasaki Ninja, going against Geezer from Chilliwack. In the Geezers, Suzuki in the Lordco lane. Great pass. Geezer a 10.20, but it looks like Charles taking it a 10.53. Looks like a red light for Geezer. In the Lordco lane, we have George from Coquitlam, sponsored by Transporter Logistics on his 2008 FLHX Harley Davidson, going against Tom from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. Wow, look at that, a 10.78 for Tom and 11.39 for George. That is side-by-side racing here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. All right, unfortunately, we don't have their time slips. I can't even see their numbers, but here we go. In the Lordco lane, a 14.29 here in the TCS side. It's Keith from Maple Ridge on the TCS side, riding his 2001 Harley. Tom Trand here on the TCS side. 2017 Suzuki, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs, going against Shane Harder from Abbotsford on his 2005 Suzuki. All right, Shane Harder taking off, before the tree. But that thing is turbocharged, folks. Shane Harder, a fast bike. This is our motorcycle class, sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. This is Tom Turand. Been around for a while, really nice guy. 2017 Suzuki. That guy is amazing, an 8.99 with a 4. Can you imagine holding on to that bike? Wow. $155 miles an hour. In the TCS lane, it is Paul Fode from Surrey. His car is called the Baby Demon. It's a 2022 Dodge. Dodge Challengers going against, what does that say? Does that say Glenn? I think it's Glenn from Mission. It's 2008 Corvette. Corvette versus Dodge Challenger. Corvette's trying to chase him down. A 10.33 for Paul. Oh, a 12.38 for Paul. A 14.59 for Glenn in the Corvette. In the TCS lane, it is Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam. He's racing his 2019 Dodge Challenger, running a 392 Hemi. Going against Tom Lynch from Custer, Washington, the 1970 Dodge Challenger. Wow, so old Challenger versus new Challenger. And Clayton taking it to 13.23. Tim with a 16.32. 109 miles an hour for Clayton in that new Challenger. Ford truck in the TCS lane going against the Camaro in the Lordco lane. Wow, that truck is a ground pounder. 2,000 horsepower is the word on the street. A 12.33. And a 15.14 for the Camaro. Blue Dodge going against the Nova. I do believe that's Stefan in the TCS lane. White Mustang versus Pontiac. We're correct. In 1979 to 1978, Pontiac's Phoenix, Brad Broomfield, and he got a 13.09, but the TCS lane taken it 11.92. A Falcon versus the station wagon. Holy moly, that station wagon's got some power. Awesome. Station wagon a 12.13 and the TCS lane a 14.17. We've got the Ford in the TCS lane, an old Ford going against a Camaro in the Lordco lane. Ford running a 13.11. versus a 13.75, so that's actually a pretty darn close race. Ford truck versus the Chev in the far side. Again, please bear with us. We're doing everything manually. Looks like it's a Mercedes in the far lane. .52, the two in the Lordco lane. 20.12 in the TCS lane. TCS lane, it is Addie from Mission's 2004 Ram going against the old Mustang. A 13.72 in the TCS lane, a 13.62 in the Lordco lane. Super close race. Here we are, the Corvette. We've got Tarnjeet from Surrey in the 2009 Corvette running a 427 going against Pavel from Maple Falls, Washington. His 2016 Ford. Pavel at 12.16. And Tarnjeet at 11.10. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sport Compact to the lanes. Corvette in the TCS lane, Mustang in the Lordco lane. A little bit of trouble for the Corvette, it seems. Got a Mustang in the TCS lane versus the Charger in the Lordco lane. Must have went before the tree was ready at a 16.64 for the TCS lane. This is the Blazer versus Blazer situation. It's Ken from Surrey here in the TCS lane, 1985 Blazer running a 383. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If you are a new driver, don't forget you can ask Willie, our starter, for some help. Now, don't be afraid. Everybody, starts somewhere, so we want you to know what exactly is going on. So please feel free to ask for some help at the start line. Lordco lane at 12.35, 14.06 in the TCS lane. Tower side, it's Austin from Abbotsford, 2007 Silverado going against Jake Evanson from Abbotsford. Calls his car, looks like it's Cindy, 2022 Mustang. So we've got a Mustang and a Silverado. Austin taking it with a 13.61 in the TCS lane. Jake with a 13.84. We have Stephanie on the TCS side. She is from Mission. Driving a 2021 Dodge Durango with a Hellcat. Whew. Going against Kyle Jessamine from Surrey, 1985 Regal running a 355 Chev. Taken at 11.71 versus Stephanie's 12.08. But she is going to be on it for the next round. In the TCS lane, we have John Verbeek. He is from Aldergrove, British Columbia, racing a 1978 Chevy Malibu. Chev truck in the Lordco lane. Boy, oh boy, look at John go. A 14.63 for John, a 16.16 for the truck in the Lordco lane. Great racing action here at the Friday Night Street Legals on the Titanium Strip. Sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice in performance auto parts and service. They do a lot more than just sell auto parts, folks. Big thanks to our sponsors, the Titanium Auto Group, a huge sponsor here. We even call it the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Also, big thanks to Valley Tech Production Group. They have done so much work for us here over the winter, helping us with our sound, our video, and of course, the Lordco TV. Big shout out to everybody watching us on the live stream. We hope to see you out here soon. It's great to see everybody out there, all the big smiling faces and all the kids. Hey kids, how are you guys doing? Good to see ya. Beautiful day here in Mission. What better way to spend the evening than with us here, cheering on your friends. Big thanks to Avenue Machinery Corporation, Prospect Equipment, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, Racing Greed, and Peden Industries. Big thank yous also to Lordco Auto Parts, TCS Performance Transmission Products. Don't forget we're broadcasting live on 92.7 FM. Moving into Sports Compact, sponsored by Racing Greed. Audi versus BMW, the red Audi in the TCS lane, BMW in the Lordco lane. Looks like a little bit of coaching, which is great in the Lordco lane. Here we go. Looks like the Audi was giving him a little head start, but a little too long, my friend. At 11.12 in the Lordco lane. So, BMW versus a Mazda. Hey, why not? Bring out your grocery getter out here to Street Legals and have some fun. See how fast your car can go. I can't wait to get my old Toyota Corolla out on the racetrack to see how fast she can go. 13.57 in the TCS lane and 19.04 in the Lordco lane. Mazda in the TCS lane going against the Audi in the Lordco lane. You never know with these Mazdas. They may sneak up on you. It's all tricked out and chipped and engine mapped, all of that stuff, but maybe not. A 10.81 in that Lordco lane. Holy smokes. 16.63 on the TCS side. All right, the 2016 Golf, driven by Jaden. And he is in the Lordco lane, taking it 11.81. TCS lane at 13.27. In the TCS lane, it's Marcus from Chilliwack racing that 2001 BMW. He's going against Nick from Abbotsford in his Audi. It's a 2016. Nick with a 12.33 and Marcus a 16.03. Little Civic going against the Mazda. Don't forget, if you need a little help on the start line, feel free to ask. I mean, if you've never raced before or it's been a while, they will let you know. Alternate double green lights. Shifting through those gears. And the Civic, a 13.19 versus the 1500 in the Lordco lane. You never know what's going to happen here at Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Volkswagen versus Volkswagen coming up next. One of those new bugs in the Lordco lane that actually looks kind of cool. Sports Compact, sponsored by Racing Greed. Volkswagen versus Volkswagen. Both bulbs are lit. Green lights, here we go. Punch buggy red, can't say it back. And it is close, very close. Bug with a 16.24, the other Volkswagen with a 15.78. Closer than you would think. In the TCS lane, it's Rob Sylvester from Langley. He has a 2005 M235. He is going against Christian Williams in his 2018 Audi. Rob taking it for the win. Not sure why. I was seeing some brake lights, but a 12.49 for Rob. And Christian, it is an 11.18. Looks like Christian was sleeping at the line a little. But he's certainly not going to do that next time. Integra in the Lordco lane going against Mike Ing from Abbotsford. 2019 Audi R53. Looks like Mike may have been here before, an 11.18, a 16.04 in the Lordco lane. TCS lane, it is Dylan from Abbotsford, 2023 Civic, going against Ali Gomez. Sponsored by Inertia Motorsports, 2017 Honda Civic. Ali's all ready to go, just waiting for Dylan to light up that last bulb. Double green lights, and they're off. Dylan in the TCS lane. It is quite close, half track. Closer than Dylan's going to want. A 15.49 for Dylan, a 15.85 for Ali. Wow. I'd like to see those two line up again. Sam Wood is in the 1962 Volkswagen going against Joshua from Surrey in the 2000 Toyota. That Volkswagen sure is hyper. An 11.95 for the Bug, 15.68 for Joshua. The Lordco lane, it's Ann Copeland from Surrey. She's racing a 2016 Subaru Outback. Going against the red Ford. Looks like Ann might be catching up to him. A 15.913 for Ann, a 16.65 in the TCS lane. Great job. Okay, now we've got the Volkswagen versus the Mercedes. Again, we're doing all this manually, so please have some patience with us. First race of the season, new computer chip, failed the first day. Unfortunate. TCS lane, a 13.64, a 14.77 in the Lordco lane. It's Rich Dang from Maple Ridge in the TCS lane. 2020. Toyota in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get the Outlaw class to the lanes, please? Outlaw class to the lanes. A GTR versus the Audi. 10.60 in the TCS lane and 11.79 in the Lordco lane. Pretty close racing action here. Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies.
Is this a single?
We've got a Lexus and a BMW up to the line. A little bit of problems in the TCS lane. .18 with the 2 in the Lordco side. And a 20.29 in the TCS lane. Definitely having some issues there, but you know he'll be back a little later on. And it won't be so smoky. BMW running a solo pass in the Lordco lane. Bang with 13.80 in the Lordco lane. Going to be moving on into the Outlaw class. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Outlaw class. Please make your way over into the lanes. Outlaw class to the lanes, please. Outlaw class is sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. So much more than just performance auto parts. Okay, I didn't think I'd have to make this announcement, but please, no shorts while you're racing. No shorts. We don't race in shorts. We're professional street legal people. Just want to mention something that's pretty darn cool. If you would like to get your license as an NHRA street legal driver, you can go online to NHRAracer.com and check out under the Street Legals tab. Now, for only $65, you can get the official NHRA street legal license. You get your NHRA competition license card and your exclusive 9 and 5-second decals for NHRA Level 6 street legal racers, recognizing your performance. A lot of perks, including 25% off NHRA TV. So check it out online and get your NHRA street legal competition license. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, you guys. Can you make sure that you are wiping down your wheel wells and tires? We're having a situation. There's a lot of rocks, and it is very dangerous for everyone, to be honest, especially our start line staff. So we don't want to hurt them on the first day, so please wipe down your wheel wells and your tires. Also doesn't do a great thing for our track when you get those rocks embedded in there. It's not too great. So please, if you don't mind, and also no shorts while racing. Slip on some pants. It's interesting, we haven't seen any Teslas out today. Where are all our Teslas? Last year we had a lot of them, and aren't they incredible? They will sneak up on you and won't even make a sound when they're passing you. So if you have a Tesla, or if you know a Tesla owner, tell them, hey, come on down to the Friday Night Street Legals. We'd love to see ya. If you're getting hungry or thirsty, be sure to go to the concession stand. Clara is the Employee of the Year. Congratulations, Clara. Great burgers, fries, and gravy. They've got an excellent poutine, I must say. I'd never had poutine in my life until I went to the concession stand, and it's not bad. Visit the Pro Shop. T-shirts, hats, candy, ice cream, matchbox, cars, and much, much more. Go and see Carol in the Pro Shop. See all the cool stuff they have. We got a bunch of brand new equipment here over the winter. The BC Custom Car Association that runs Mission Raceway gave us a whole bunch of gifts. The first thing that we want to brag about, or I do, is the new set of streetlight LEDs. These new LED street lamps were installed down at the back of the property for the evening circuit racing for better visibility on the return road for drag racing at night. So they've already hosted some very successful street lapping nights that sold out almost every time they were offered this year. We also got a shiny new ambulance. Safety is #1 priority. Did you know that Mission Raceway has been known to have one of the best safety crews in Division 6? That is because we're staffed with off-duty firefighters and off-duty BC ambulance service attendants. Big shout out to our safety crew today, keeping us all safe. All our safety staff are professionally certified and trained. Lots of action and lots of racing this year. Be sure to check out our event schedule either on our Facebook page or on our website. It's going to be very cool to have the Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race. That is on May 28th. You can sit on the beach and watch some drag boats racing. Can't wait. Also, June 29th to July 2nd, Door Wars 11, presented by Titanium Auto Group. And July 28th to 30th, the TNT West Coast Classics, always a great time. August 4th to 6th, the Langley Loafers Old Time Drags with the Gasser Get Down, Street Rod, Street Classic, Street Machine Outlaw, Pro Mod, and more. And of course, Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco, and that is August 24th to 27th. Lots of big races coming up. I can't wait, but Street Legals is my favorite, folks. Thanks to all our racers for coming out here today and putting on a show. We've got lots more passes. We race until the dew sets in, until we can't race anymore. Outlaws coming up. Outlaws, they have slick tires. It's sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. In the TCS lane is Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby. Racing his 2008 BMW 335i. Going against the white Corvette. John Cussman from Abbotsford in that Corvette. He calls White Cocoa 2016 Corvette. Corvette in the Lordco lane. BMW in the TCS lane. The BMW taken at 11.08 versus the Corvette at 11.57, only because he was sleeping a little at the line. He's not going to make that mistake again. Everett racing in his Chevy Nova. 1972 Chevy Nova running a 364 going against Robert McLean from Burnaby. 2018 Camaro. Everett an 11.58. Robert with an 11.28. The better reaction time goes to Everett. Ken Christensen, 2014 Ford Mustang 5.0. Going against Tony Brand from North Vancouver, 1973 Nova Chevy 434. Ford versus Chev, Mustang versus Nova. Here we go. An 11.40 for the Nova, a 13.47 for the Mustang. Interesting. Cougar in the TCS lane going against Stephen Kennedy from Coombs. 2020 Camaro. ZL1. Stephen at 10.89. And a 13.18 for Stephen. We got a Dodge in the TCS lane going against Razvan from Maple Ridge. It's part of Team All Race 1996 VW Golf. It's going against Jared Balfour. It is 2015 Dodge. Jared taking it with a 10.30. Razvan a 13.60. Nova in the TCS lane going against the white truck in the Lordco lane. Oh, it's Roland Cole. Gotta love it. Diesel power. 10.54 in the TCS lane and 11.20 for the diesel truck. We have Mike Enns from Mission racing a 2002 Ford with a 5.4 liter. He is a CEO going against Dan Gray from Maple Ridge in his 1983 Ford. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get motorcycle class to the lanes, please? Motorcycle class to the lanes. And this is a close race here, folks. Mike Enns taking it, an 11.51 with an O, and a 12.18 for Dan Gray in his 83 Ford. In the far lane, it is 1977 Nova, driven by Dell, going against Malia. She's racing her Audi R53 of 2018. And look at that, it's Malia, a 10.81. With Dell, an 11.20. Great pass. Beautiful Cougar in the TCS lane, going against the Mustang in the Lordco lane. Should be a good race here. Just playing around with our microphones. Apparently, No one can hear me. We're broadcasting live at 92.7 FM if you're in the pits. Mustang versus BMW is our next pair here at Friday Night Street Legals. Again, if you need any help at the start line, getting figured out with that Christmas tree, please reach out to our start line staff. Now, this one was very close. Look at this, a 12.33 versus a 12.24. I'd like to see those two line up again for sure. Carson Barlow in the Lordco lane going against the fastback Mustang. An 11.14 for the fastback, a 13.67 in the Lordco lane. All right, this is Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, 1969 Mach 1 Mustang. Doesn't that car sound great? Sean Langley, a farmer from Lyndon, Washington, coming up to play an 11.96 with a 3. Love to see our American friends coming on up, having some fun here at the Friday Night Street Legals and all of our races. Friday Night Street Legals is brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Here on the Titanium Strip, so Mopac Auto Supplies, your number one choice in performance auto parts, but so much more. Did you know they have a dyno? Are you curious to know how much power your vehicle actually makes? At their Langley, BC location, they offer proven before and after dyno results on their state-of-the-art in-ground chassis dyno. We can provide dyno results on vehicles capable of over 2,000 horsepower and speeds up to 200 miles an hour. We also offer complete custom dyno tuning, and in many cases, we can get you an upward of a 50 additional horsepower on late model applications. Mopac can also stimulate quarter-mile runs for racers who want to know what to expect at the track. Give Mopac a call or stop in today and find out why Mopac is the Lower Mainland's #1 dyno facility. Mopac, a proud sponsor, they'd like to thank you for racing with us on the strip and not on the street. So great to see everybody out here on a beautiful Friday evening. All the kids out there having some fun. Hey kids, how are you doing today? Don't forget we have junior classes for the little ones. If you'd like to get into our junior lightning, junior thunder, or junior storm, we have a lot of kids that race and great parents. It's a family affair here at Mission Raceways. our junior classes as well as junior street. Junior street's kind of fun because, you know, they're 17 and they're going to have their parent or a friend in the passenger seat. So it's a bonding moment, you know, you're screaming at your kid, go faster, go faster. So anyway, great times with the junior classes. If your kids would like to get into it, be sure to check out the Facebook page for the junior racers. While you're at it, like Mission Raceway's Facebook page, as well as the Titanium Auto Group, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group and you could win. I know they're doing a draw for 3 $100 prizes on Monday, so be sure you get over there and like their page and follow the directions. In the TCS side, it is Tom from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. Racing his Harley Davidson is going against George from Coquitlam, sponsored by Transporter Logistics in his 2018 FLHX Harley Davidson. Lifting it a little bit in Lordco lane. Tom in the TCS lane taking it at 10.47 and a red light for George. In the far side, we have Jeremy from Surrey. He's racing his 2007 Yamaha R65. Not quite sure who the fine gentleman is in the TCS lane. Oh, and it looks like there's a problem for Jeremy. 14.83 in the TCS lane for that bike. Motorcycle class sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Charles Evans from Abbotsford driving his Kawasaki Ninja. Charles Evan in the TCS lane on his Kawasaki. Oh wow, what a race that is. Looks like that Lordco lane caught right up to him. A 9.62, Lordco side, a 10.48 for Charles Evans. All right, just give us a moment, Willie. Keith is from Maple Ridge, racing his 2001 Harley Davidson in the TCS lane. A little bit of a problem there in the Lordco lane. .40 TCS lane, 14.38 on the Lordco lane. Tom Turand in the TCS lane now, a 2017 Suzuki, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestic to the lanes, please? Domestic to the lanes. Jeremy is on the white bike. It's a Yamaha R65, a 2007. Okay, here's the rest of the bikes if you want to put them all back in.
Should I put them in the back?
Or in order. Well, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to put them in order eventually. But.
I'll just start talking at once and then you can't get a word in.
Been a great evening of racing so far, and so much more racing action to come here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies here on the Titanium Strip. Lots of cars on the infield. Great to see you, and all you spectators, thanks for spending your evening with us. So great to see you and your smiling faces, bringing all the kids. So awesome. There's no better way than to spend an evening than here at Mission Raceways. Rolling into the domestic class next.
You know, in case there was some sort of mix-up.
Hey, guess what? Why the Junior Street Tent is here. Come visit the Junior Street Tent just past the 8th mile of the track. 13 and 16-year-olds, we have something for you. So if you're between 13 and 16, go check out the Junior Street Tent just past the 8th mile of the track. They got something for you. Big thanks to all of our mission staff here. First day of racing, things are a little bit crazy, so please have patience with us. Doing the best we can up here. Our computers decided to conk out. We're doing everything manually, and I'll tell you, there are a lot of cars here today. A lot of tech cars trying to sort through to find out who's pulling up to the line. Going into domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. In the TCS side, here it's Rodrigue from Delta, 2018 Mustang going against Darren Weatherby from Maple Ridge, 2018 Dodge Durango. 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 2018 Dodge Durango Side-by-side racing action here at the 8th mile. Looks like there's a little more power for Rodrigue, taking it a 14.19, and Darren a 14.72. Corvette in the TCS lane and the Dodge Challenger in the Lordco lane. We just got a bunch more tech cards, so we're sorting them out, putting them manually in order so we can try to figure out who these fine racers are. Dodge taking off. Oh, the Corvette getting a little squirrely. He had to let out of it. Safety first, folks. A 12.42 Lordco lane, a 15.29 with a 4 in the TCS lane. Sean from Bellingham, Washington in the 1969 Chevy El Camino running a 5.3 liter turbo. Blue Dodge in the Lordco lane, and it is Stefan, our friend Stefan. I remember you from last year, 2005 Ram, El Camino versus the Dodge Ram. Sean in the TCS lane, Stefan in the Lordco lane. Stefan taking it a 13.55. And the other lane, he was sleeping at the line. He probably won't be doing that the next time. It's Trevor from Abbotsford, 1979 Ford going against that black Blazer, 1990 S10 Blazer, driven by Kevin Major from Burnaby. Kevin in the Blazer versus Trevor in the Ford. Double green, and look at that. Very close race here at half track. A 12.03 with a 7 for Kevin Major. Trevor running a 12.31. Corvette versus S10, our next two vehicles up here at Friday Night Street Legals. A 13 even in the TCS lane, 16.41 with a 5 on the Lordco side. Chevy truck in the TCS side versus the Camaro. The truck was a 13.54 and the Lordco lane a 14.60. He almost caught up. Here comes a Mustang versus a Challenger here. Bulbs are lit. double greens. The Dodge taking right off. Here we have Jake Evson from Abbotsford. He's in a 2022 Mustang. He's going against Roland Lowen from Aldergrove in his 1955 Meteor. Wow, it's a good looking car, that Meteor, isn't it? Wow. So in 2022 versus a 1955. Mustang is trying to chase him down. He's getting close, folks. But the Meteor, a 13.25 with a 1. And Jake with a 13.28. Mustang versus that green truck. Mustang just took off. He's making a statement here, folks. Need to line him up with that fastback. 130 miles an hour, 11.41. And a 19.50 in the Lordco lane. Dan Harris in the Lordco lane, 1978 Malibu. It looks like Dan may have left before the tree was ready, and then the TCS lane was a red light. So 12.60, 105 miles an hour, but a red light. It's Gary Way from Maple Ridge in his 2009 Corvette, running a 6.2 liter. Going against the Pontiac, it is Brad Bloomfield all the way from Kamloops, 1978 Pontiac Phoenix, running a 406. The Corvette leaving before the tree was ready, so it's Brad from Kamloops with a 12.93 taking that win. Here's that fastback Ford, 1970 Ford, going against Ron from North Vancouver, and he's racing a 1965 Ford, running a 289 Ford. So Sean is in the 70 Ford fastback, going against Ron from North Van. He's racing a Falcon, actually, in the far side. Apologize. 1965 Falcon. Nice car, I must say. But Sean taking it 11.88, 119 miles an hour. Ron with a 14.22 at 97 miles an hour. White truck versus the Dodge. Sorry, we can't tell you who these vehicles are, but again, our computer's conked out. We're doing it manually. We're doing the best we can up here. We're sweating bullets, I must say. Lordco Lane taking it at 12.51 versus the 14.11 in the TCS lane. It's Cam Penner in his 2006 Charger. It says racing with Doug. Uh-oh. Looks like a problem here in the Lordco lane. We'll go check out and see what the problem was. Meanwhile, Cam running a 15.29, 191 miles an hour. All right, all our track officials checking out what is going on with that car. Hopefully nothing leaking on the track. We'll get him pulled out of the way and we'll carry on with our domestic class sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Your first choice for performance auto parts and more. Mopac Auto Supplies also installs those parts. It's time to have those new parts installed or your vehicle tuned on our chassis dyno. Let's face it, not everyone has the skills to install their new parts on their vehicles, but we do. Our Langley, BC location is equipped with full-service installation facility that offers very competitive rates, and it's open 6 days a week for your convenience. Whether you need that new Cat back exhaust, supercharger, lowering kit, or a brake upgrade installed, Mopac has you covered. Mopac, a proud sponsor here of the Friday Night Street Legals. Glad to have them on board. Big thanks to all of our sponsors, Lordco Auto Parts, TCS Performance Transmission Products, Avenue Machinery Corporation, Prospect Equipment, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Wraps, Racing Greed, and Peden Industries, and so many more. Big thanks to our class sponsors, Mopac, Mountain View Harley-Davidson, and Mountain View Motorsports and Racing Greed sponsoring our classes today. Don't forget, if you are between 13 and 16, go visit the Junior Street tent just past the 8th mile of the track. They have something for you. Junior Street. All right, the TCS lane going before the tree was ready. .26 with a 5 in the Lordco lane, 110 miles an hour. Mustang versus Mustang.
We're gonna go to the back. We're gonna look, see. 737. So
Is Tanveer Kang from Surrey in his Ford Mustang. He is in the TCS lane and he was going against Anthony from Maple Ridge in his 2020 TK Shelby GT. He takes it with a 12.10 at 120 miles an hour. And Tanveer with a 16.52. It's Utah Mooney from Coquitlam in the 1999 Ford going against Morgan Brandt from Vancouver in his 2002 Infiniti. The Infiniti taking it to 14.37 with a 296 miles an hour. And Utah Mooney, 19.66 at 70 miles an hour. Tanner Merritt in the 66 Mustang running a 357 Windsor. And he's going against Tim Lynch from Custer, Washington, 1970 Dodge Challenger running a 535. Two vintage vehicles, 66 versus 70. The Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes, please? Sports Compact to the lanes. Tanner's taking that race, 12.48 at 114 miles an hour. And Tim with a 16.91. Our next set of cars are the white Corvette going against Jeff McKay from Abbotsford. He says his truck is called the Silver Clunker. It's an '05 Dodge. And he says, you know what his accomplishments are? He made it to the track. Congratulations and welcome, Jeff. You'll be going against the white Corvette. Jeff, sponsored by One West Performance, running a Cummins. Rolling coal, Jeff in the Lordco lane. Wow, that is impressive, isn't it? Very cool. Don't forget, we do have the diesel drags coming up this year as well. All diesel, all the time. Corvette with a 12.48, 114 miles an hour. And Jeff a 16.91, 50 miles an hour. TCS lane is Stan Carr, 74 Corvettes. Actually, the Lordco lane is Stan, running a 454 in that Vet, going against Owen Carr from Abbotsford, 1968 Pontiac, running a 327 Chev. And we don't go before our starter is comfortable and ready. Looks like here it is. It's time to rock and roll. Stan Carr versus Owen Carr. I wonder if these are brothers, father, son, uncle, nephew. Love to know, though. Owen Carr in the Pontiac going against Stan in the Vet. Corvette in the lead so far, 14.08, 95 miles an hour, and a 17.40, 74 miles an hour for Owen. Great to see that family racing. Could even be a grudge match, who knows? The Malibu TCS lane. It's John Verbeck, 1978 Chevy Malibu. A 13.65, 90 miles an hour. Here is Pavel Vetker from Maple Falls, Washington, 2016 Ford. It is a solo pass. .24 with an 123 miles an hour for Pavel out of Maple Falls, Washington. A lot of racers from Maple Falls and in Washington, a lot of mud racers. I was talking about our brand new equipment for 2023. I told you about our new set of streetlight LEDs and our shiny new ambulance. Another thing we got for Christmas are new foam center blocks. These foam blocks were ordered out of necessity, actually, and we won't mention any names. West Coast Outlaws almost made a game out of how many of these bad boys they could annihilate. When we don't recommend that, it's not a great situation for us up here. Volkswagen versus an Audi coming up next. .4, 205 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, 16.20 in the TCS side. Again, please have patience with us. Our computers are out up here in the tower. We're doing our best. Sweating bullets. I'm telling you, I'm sweating. The TCS side, we have Jaden from Surrey. He's racing his 2016 Golf R, going against Mike Ing from Abbotsford. 2019 Audi. So we've got the Volkswagen in the TCS lane versus the Audi. Jaden having an 11.83 at 114 miles an hour, having a much better reaction time. Mike with an 11.14, but the reaction time is what did it for him. You know, he's not going to make that mistake again when he downloads his time slip. In the TCS lane, that is Marcus Bell from Chilliwack. He's in his 2001 BMW with a 16.39, 84 miles an hour. The Lordco lane taking it a 10.93. BMW in the Lordco lane going against the Honda Civic. Lordco side at 12.04, 118 miles an hour. TCS side at 13.20 at 104. We've got a GTR versus the Mazda. It's Grace from Abbotsford in the 2008 Mazda 3. The GTR taking that one with a 10.51, 135 miles an hour. Grace running a 16.45 at 83 miles an hour. Here is Peyton Tan on the TCS lane, 2009 BMW. He is a student. And Peyton takes it at 10.96, 128 miles an hour. Lordco lane a 14.04 at 100 miles an hour. Tower side is Joshua 2000 Toyota He is a landscaper. Going against the Integra in the Lordco lane. Integra versus Toyota. Who's going to take this one? .39, 88 miles an hour for Joshua, and a 15.64, 91 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. .1995 Honda, driven by Richard from Langley in the far side. BMW in the TCS lane. See him shifting away there. Trying to catch up. And he does it. Look at that. A 13.21 versus a 13.51. Super close. We have a Mazda in the TCS side going against Jam Gill from Vancouver, 2021 Audi RS6. And that thing goes mighty fast, 10.62, 132 miles an hour. TCS lane with a 15.03. Civic in the TCS side. Going against, I can't even read his name, from North Vancouver, 2019 Golf. I want to say it's Alex in the Lordco lane. If we are getting it wrong, please come up to the tower so we can rewrite your name. And Alex took right off at 12.94, 106 miles an hour. And looks like the other lane went before the tree was ready. Again, if anyone needs any help at the start line, our starters are absolutely willing to help you. In the Lordco lane, it's Dylan Jones from Abbotsford, the 2023 Civic, going against the Volkswagen Bug. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Kids, please do not climb over the barriers or any barriers. Please stay back. We don't want anybody to get hurt, especially our little guys around here. Bug taking off, looks like a red light in the Lordco lane. .91, 98 miles an hour. And a 19.42 at 89. Oh, so kids, please don't climb up the outsides of the railings. I see. It does look like fun monkey bars, but someone could really get hurt there. Range Rover versus the Toyota Chaser. And a 12.54, 111 miles an hour in the TCS lane. 16.95 at 78 on the Lordco side. A Ford Escape versus the Audi. You can bring any car on down, a grocery getter, you know, something that you've all modded out. It's all fun getting out there and racing. 16.52 in the TCS lane and 11.23, 125 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. On the far side, it is Mike from Mission, 2000 Honda Civic. He is a driver. He's going against Brandon Dubuc from Abbotsford in his Infiniti G35. Infiniti in the TCS lane and the Honda in the Lordco lane. Brandon taking this round, 92 miles an hour, a 14.83 and a 3. And Mike at 18.32 with a 6, 73 miles an hour. On the TCS side, it's Aiden from Agassiz. This 2007 Toyota. A 15.80 in the Lordco lane and a 17.98 at 76 miles an hour for Aiden. Volkswagen versus BMW is our next two cars up here in the sports compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Just waiting for the one more light in the second staging bulb to go off in the Lordco lane. There we go, green lights. Oh, it looks like the Bug might have a race on their hands after all this time. Very close at half track, and look at that. The Lordco lane taking it, 1161, 119 miles an hour, and the Bug at 11.75, 116. Super close drag race there here at Friday Night Street Legals. Brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Honda Civic versus Honda Civic here. It's getting close with this race here, real close, folks. It could be anybody. Oh, it's the Lordco lane of 15.57 versus a 15.32, you guys. A 0.13 margin. Wow, that is close.
Shorts on, no number, no tech card.
All right, you guys. TCS with 11.90, 116 miles an hour. The other vehicle being turned away. Just a reminder, folks, you cannot race with shorts on. You need to have your number on the side of your vehicle, and you need to be actually filled out a tech card and be racing. It would be preferable. But carrying on here At the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Supra versus Audi are next two vehicles coming up. Oh, surprise, surprise. The Supra is packing some power there. Wakey, wakey. Saw a bunch of people jumping. At 11.21, 125 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, at 12.97, 117 in the TCS side. Supra versus BMW coming up next here at the Titanium Strip. Our last two cars in our sports compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Supra having some problems in the TCS lane. An 11.52, 124 miles an hour in the Lordco side. The Supra with a 15.90 at 71 miles an hour. Looks like we need to do some track prep to get our track pristine for our next class. Again, thank you so much for having patience with us today. It's the first race. You know, when the computer doesn't want to work on the first race, kind of challenging, but you know what? Everybody up here is doing a bang-up job. Anna, I know I'm stressing her out big time. My announcer's assistant, thanks so much to Anna. And everybody up here and everybody down on the track helping us keep this street legal race going. Big thanks to all our spectators today. It's so nice to see you guys out here enjoying this beautiful evening. Just a gorgeous day. I do believe spring has sprung. If you're getting a little hungry, be sure to check out the concession stand. They've got some really yummy food. In fact, I'm going to be heading over there soon and get myself some breakfast. I know, right? I'm actually a college student. I started college 2 weeks ago at age 50. So I'll just leave it at that. I give kudos to anyone that's in college. Anyways, check out the Pro Shop as well. They've got t-shirts, hats, candy, and ice cream, toys, and much, much more. Go check out the Pro Shop. Say hi to Carol for me. All right, now's a good time to tell you about another thing we got for Christmas. If you see those beautiful digital dial-in boards, help both the starting line staff, racers, and crew determine if dial-ins are correct before there's even a question in staging. We feel these boards will save valuable time in our drag racing programs and ease the flow when running through cars. So that would be for our dial-in, our ET times when we have some bracket racing. It's going to make it easier for everybody. But I think the main thing that everybody can see that's new, 2 bright working scoreboards. Hallelujah! Aren't they gorgeous? Well, they're not on right this second, but at least now you can see the times bright. Anyone who was on the strip knows about those pesky bulbs in the TCS sign. It almost seemed like they were in cahoots when they burned out together, making it a real pain to tell if we were looking at a 0 or an 8. But now these boards will shine brighter than ever because they are replaced with the latest in LED scoreboard technology. So thank you so much to the BC Custom Car Association for providing all of these upgrades. That was a great time to let you know about the giveaway. Now, did you notice that white 2006 Ford Mustang GT that's sitting in the winner circle area at the front? Well, we are very excited to announce that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we are giving away that 2006 Ford Mustang GT to one lucky subscriber this summer. It may be stock right now, but it won't be for long. With the help of Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Apps, and Mopac Auto Supply, we will be transforming this car into a street strip cruiser capable of running some fast times on the Titanium Strip. Follow along at MRP Lordco TV on YouTube as we build the car and even show you some tips and tricks to improve your quarter-mile ET on your own ride. Make sure you subscribe on YouTube and also follow us on Twitter because we are tweeting out all of the goings-ons here at the race. Also, we're broadcasting live at 92.7 FM. If you can't hear me and you need some additional broadcasting on your vehicles, 92.7 FM. Just a reminder, please wipe down your wheel wells and tires. Make sure they are free of rocks, as well as keeping your air conditioning off. We'd really appreciate it. Just be a few more moments. We'll be getting back underway with the Friday Night Street Legals here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Lots of fun times here, I can tell. There's been some grudge matches. But hey, if you have a special race that you'd like to let us know about, hey, tell it to us on Twitter or send someone up to the tower because we'd really like to know about it. In fact, we're going to find out a way that you can actually contact us announcers if you have a birthday or anything special going on. We want to let everybody know, and that will be coming in the future. Again, don't forget to download the Time Slip app if you haven't already. It's on the App Store. Just type in Mission Raceway. And if you don't have the app, or you can't download it for some reason, there is a kiosk at the Pro Shop that you can print out your times. I was just told that Badass Garage is on the scene. I'll tell you, you should mosey on down there. They're just past the pro shop, between the pro shop and the track. Now, they have all the coolest man or woman cave items, clocks, neon signs. In fact, they even have in their personal shop, which you can shop at, they have stand-up arcade games. Now, if you grew up in the 80s, you know how we feel about our Pac-Man. It's not like your third shooter, first person, whatever it is games you got now, but I tell you, playing a good old game of Pac-Man, nothing better. Badass Garage, all the coolest stuff, go check them out. Amy at the Badass Garage is here. Just a little break here while we finish up some track prep, and then we'll be back at her Friday Night Street Legals. I'd like to congratulate the BC Custom Car Association 2023 Board of Directors. Ralph Eller is our president. Justin Bond is the vice president. Kevin Ness is our business manager. Jeff Graw is our treasurer. Steve Sikora is the membership chairman. Ken Lowe is our secretary. Tony Kamensek is our director, as well as Roger Winter. And our race director is Tony Kamensek, and our assistant race director and general manager is Shelby Sierra. Congratulations to the board of directors this year, BC's Custom Car Association. Just a reminder, if you want to get your NHRA street legal license, your official NHRA competition license card, you can do so, folks. Wouldn't that be cool? That's some bragging rights right there. For only $65, you can contact the NHRA at www.nhraracer.com and click onto the street legal section. It'll give you all the details how to get your official NHRA competition license. You can also get 25% off NHRA TV, which is actually amazing. I just went and got NHRA TV myself. Wow, pretty cool stuff on there. It is a little pricey, but worth it if you are a fan of drag racing. You also get the NHRA National Dragster magazine, so it is worth it if you want to get your NHRA competition license card. Visit them online, www.nhraracer.com, and get your license today. And come show me. I want to see one of those. Very cool. Big thanks to all you spectators coming out here today. It's great to see everybody. It's been a long winter, a long off season. So great to see you guys out here watching the drag races here on the Titanium Strip. We have lots of races coming up, folks. The next Mopac Street Legals will be on May the 12th. And that's your chance to bring your car out here to the strip and check it out. What can your car do? How fast can that thing go? Because you certainly can't race on the street because that is unsafe and irresponsible. So thank you for racing with us here on the strip and not on the street. Also, racers, when you leave here tonight, make sure, you get all of your need for speed out on the track. And when you're going home, just be a regular driver. Regular, safe, legal driver. Sometimes when I go home, I live in Surrey, I see some things. So please, get it all out here on the track. It's not worth getting that big ticket, getting your car impounded, any of that stuff. Not worth it. Do it here on the strip. Just want to mention that our Vice President, Justin Bond, he is actually a pro mod driver. And if you watched the NHRA race in Gainesville, he actually won pro mod in Gainesville, Florida. So congratulations to Justin Bond. And be sure to watch out for that name because he is from here. We are his home track and we are very proud of him. Justin Bond, Pro Mod. We're going to be getting back to racing momentarily. Big thanks to everybody out here watching the races with us today.
I don't want to go back outside.
And all you kids, great to see your smiling faces, seeing all the kids running around. Don't forget, we have programs for the juniors. If you'd like to get your kids involved, we have a huge junior dragster program. We have the Junior Thunder, the Junior Lightning, Junior Storm, and we have the Junior Street. And I hope all of you 13 and 16-year-olds, 13 to 16, went and saw the Junior Street tent because they were looking to see you. They're just past the 8th mile if they're still there. Hope you got something from them. Great seeing the Junior Street out here making themselves known. It's a great family affair to get the kids racing, folks. They just love it. And, you know, they stay out of trouble if they're racing. Every dollar they make goes to their race vehicle and not other things. So get your kids involved in racing. Great family affair, and we'd love to have you here.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, we are calling Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, this is your call to lanes 1 and 2.
All right, we're ready to go. Thank you so much for your patience. This is the Outlaw class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. In the TCS lane is Tej Sangha from Surrey. His car is called Pubble. It's 2023 Mustang. He's going against Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby, 2008 BMW 335. Oh, Tej Sangha taken off. Great reaction time, by the way, sir. Oh, but look at this. He got chased down at 10.83. It's for Dorian. A 13.01, 112 miles an hour for Tej.
Yes. We're my emotional support dog.
It's Dell coming back to the line. He is from Pitt Meadows, 1977 Nova. Going against Ken Christensen, 2014 Ford Mustang. And it's Dell all the way at 10.64, 125 miles an hour. Ken with a 14.89 at 65. Jared Balfour in his 2015 Dodge running a 376. He is from BC. Won't let us know. He is a marketing manager going against the Camaro. Jared at 10.02 with a 3, 139 miles an hour. The Camaro at 10.80 at 131. Fast cars. He's got to clean up the reaction time. I see Steve Sikora coming up to the line in his gray little truck. He is a Mission Raceway employee. His truck is called 50 Shades of Gray. It's an 89 S10 running a 383 stroker. Shout out to Justin, Bond, Clark, and Zach. Nice little burnout from Steve. White Corvette going against Steve in his 50 Shades of Gray. Now, who are you putting your money on?
Oh, my dad's here.
Steve off for a great start. Good reaction time. The Corvette chasing him down, though. Sorry, Steve. 10.82 with a 431 miles an hour for the vet. Steve with a 12.28 at 112. Got the Cougar out there in the Lordco lane going against Razvan from Maple Ridge, 1996 VW Golf. He is an engineer. He's sponsored by Team All Race. He's even carrying some laundry on that VW. Laundry, of course, being a chute. Look at him trying to chase him down. Wow. And look at that. He does it. An 11.55 at 128 miles an hour and a 13.18 at 107 in the Lordco lane. We've got a Nova in the Lordco lane going against Malaya from Coquitlam, racing her Audi. 2018 Audi, in fact, but look at that. Wow. But she's chasing him down, I'll tell you. What a good girl. Okay. Sorry. Bear with us, folks. Again, our computers are down, and it's a little hard to manually go through all of these tech cars trying to find out who you are, but we're working on it. At 11.9, 211 Lordco side, 14.2 on it, 76 in the TCS lane. That's the ground pounder truck. An 11.03 with a 7, 125 miles an hour for the truck in the Lordco lane. Camaro versus Camaro here. Old Camaro versus new Camaro. What do you think, folks? Who's it going to be? Double green lights. Old Camaro just hauling butt, but that new one's chasing him down. Anything could happen here. So close. An 11.24 with a 3, 126 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, and 11.54 at 116 in the TCS lane. BMW in the Lordco lane, the Ford truck. Wow. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get the motorcycle class to the lanes, please? All motorcycles to the lanes, please. Looks like some rolling coal here, a 12.082 in the TCS lane and a 12.66 at 128 in the other side. All right. We've got some rolling coal here in the TCS lane, diesel truck. We've got the Nova in the Lordco lane going against the diesel truck. Don't they look so cool, rolling coal like that? Wow, and look at him chasing him down. Is he going to get him? Oh, it's close, folks. Oh, a 10.83 in the Lordco lane, 123 miles an hour. But that truck, 131 miles an hour at 10.33. So his reaction time is what took him out of that race. Mustang versus Mustang, fastback versus normal. Look at them take off, those front ends lifting. Wow, that fastback is fast. I guess they call him a fastback for a reason. An 11.30 at 120 miles an hour for the fastback, and a 12.27 at 109 in the Lordco lane. All right, another Mustang is running solo here before we go into our motorcycle class. A 1189 at 113 miles an hour for the Mustang. We're going to be moving into our motorcycle class. Our motorcycles, you should be in the lanes, please. Motorcycles to the lanes. What a great evening. So nice to see everybody out here today. Friday night street legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. Don't forget, if you have a car and this looks like fun to you, bring your car on out to the next Mopac Auto Supplies. We'd love to see you on the strip. And it's not as hard as it looks. If you need any help, we'll help you out. We'll let you know the lowdown. Tom Turan just doing his burnout. He is racing a 2017 Suzuki, sponsored by Daytona Motorsports and Boulder Designs, going against Charles Evans from Abbotsford. He's racing his Kawasaki Ninja. Tom Turan in the TCS lane, Charles Evan in the Lordco lane. Starting off our motorcycle class, brought to you by Mountain View Harley-Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Will it be Tom? Will it be Charles? Bulbs are lit. Double green. Oh my goodness. Wow, Papa Wheelie, glad he held on to that, and he had to come right out of that. Amazing. Tom with this 8.73, 157 miles an hour. And of course, the Lordco lane, Charles having some problems. Wow. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get domestics to the lanes, please? Domestics to the lanes. All right, we've got Keith on the TCS side from Maple Ridge. He's racing on his Harley. It's a 2001 Harley, a matter of fact. And he races a 12.20, and look at that. That is close. The Lordco lane at 12.76, 105 miles an hour. Wow. Oh, I see it's a red light. How unfortunate. It's Tom from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. Going against George from Coquitlam, sponsored by Transporters Logistics. Looks like a close race here, folks. Holy moly. A 10.75 for Tom and 11.42 for George. That's some close motorcycle racing action. It's Colin White from Mission going against Jeremy from Surrey. It looks like Jeremy's taking it this time at 12.75 at 107. Colin with a 14.2201. And Abby, I do know who your dad is. It is Colin. What a man. All right, moving into domestic class again, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, your first choice for performance auto parts and more. A big part of our Friday night street legals. Really appreciate Mopac Auto Parts sponsoring us here. Don't forget, thanks for racing with us on the strip and not on the streets. Street Legals was actually formed to let you let loose on the track. It says, you know what, if we save the life of one kid that comes out here because they don't want to illegally race on the streets, then it's worth it. Street Legal started in 1997 here at Mission Raceway, and night races started in 2001. We've got that Falcon in the Lordco lane. Looks like he went before the tree was ready. Some type of problem, but I see the red lights are flashing. So no time for the Falcon. Paul Fode from Surrey, 2022 Dodge Challenger. He's a retired gentleman. Good for you, Paul, coming out here and racing. Friday Night Street Legals. He's going against Cam Penner from Langley, a 2006 Dodge Charger. He's sponsored by Racing with Doug. Cam and Paul here. Paul in the 2022. Paul with a 12.16, 111 miles an hour. Cam with a 14.95 at 92. Here is Darren Weatherby in the TCS lane from Maple Ridge. He has that 2018 Dodge Durango going against the Camaro. Now, if anyone is with this gentleman in the Camaro, we don't have his time slip, so either his number is incorrect or something's going on here. So come and talk to us in the tower because we really want to know who you are, sir. Darren, a 14.72, 95 miles an hour, and the Camaro taking it, a 14.50 at 99 miles an hour. At 11.54 at 135 miles an hour for the Mustang, 14.46 at 96 in the TCS lane for the Mercedes. Here comes Matt Dawson from Mission, 1992 S10 running a 355. It's going against John Verbeek from Aldergrove, British Columbia, 1978 Chevy Malibu. So we've got the S10 versus the Malibu. Malibu with a great reaction time. John on 11.72, 119 miles an hour. And Matt, a 16.55 with a 9 at 95 miles an hour. Tarnjeet is from Surrey. He is racing that 09 Corvette, running a 427. Not sure who the gentleman in the other lane is, but boy, oh boy, we should know. Very close, but guess what? Tarnjeet racing him down at 10.86 at 135 miles an hour. and an 11.49 at 116 in the other lane. TCS side, it's Sean Burquist from Bellingham, Washington. He's in a 1969 Chevy El Camino, racing a 5.3-liter turbo. It's going against one of those Blazers. El Camino taking a moment at the line. It's a 5-second reaction time, but hey, why not? 14.2234, 93 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Sean with an 11.41, but with that reaction time, the other lane takes it. All right, we've got that other Blazer, the black Blazer here, in the TCS lane. Going against the Malibu in the Lordco lane. Should be a good race. Double green. And it's remaining pretty close right now. It's anyone's race. Real close, folks. Holy cow. You guys, look at this. A 12.26 in the Lordco lane. A 12.26 in the other lane. This is crazy. A .1479 margin. Amazing. Lordco lane takes it. Wow. That's the closest race yet, folks. A thousandth of a second difference. So we've got the Battle of the Mustangs. Black Mustang versus the red Mustang. Who's your money on? Bulbs are lit. Green lights, double greens. It is Nathan from Maple Ridge. It is 2020 TK Shelby. He's going against Tanvir Kang from Surrey. It is Ford Mustang. And it is Anthony taking it 11.26 at 126. And Tanvir is a 14.8 at 108 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Tech is now closed. Tech is now closed. We've got the Mustang versus the green truck. Oh, it looks like he has it figured out now. Holy moly tomoly. At 11.87, 121 miles an hour for the Mustang. And the truck, a 19.79 at 68 miles an hour. Definitely looks like that Mustang has figured out some of the issues he's had earlier, because I haven't seen him go that fast yet. In the TCS lane, it is Chris from Chilliwack, 2019 Challenger. Chris Marchuk in the TCS lane, going against the Mustang in the Lordco lane. Look at all that smoke in the air. Isn't that refreshing, folks? Drag racing at its finest. Street Legals, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies here at the Titanium Strip. Both bulbs are lit. We have a double green, and look at that Mustang launch. The Mustang isn't fooling around at 10.71, 123 miles an hour. Chris with a 12.61 at 107. Ford Explorer in the TCS lane going against Stephanie for Mission. She's racing a 2021 Dodge Durango with a Hellcat. Everybody better watch out for Stephanie. Oh, but that guy's like, whatever. And he is just flying like he stole it. An 11.71 in the Lordco lane. At 116 miles an hour, and Stephanie an 18.01 with an 8 and 77 miles an hour. All right, here comes the Carr family. It's Owen Carr in the TCS lane from Abbotsford, 1968 Pontiac, running a 327. Going against Stan Carr in this 74 Corvette, running a 454. And it looks like Stan has taken it this time, a 14.00 at 97 miles an hour. And Owen with a 14.70, 93 miles an hour. In the far side is number 420.
You're just so quiet. I just keep checking.
Canal in the far lane, 2002 Ford Mustang. It's going against Stefan in the blue truck. Stefan with a 13.49 at 100 miles an hour. Hey, the 100 mile an hour club again, Stefan. Lordco Lane is 17.01, 84 miles an hour. In the TCS lane, we've got Pavel coming to the line. He's from Maple Falls, Washington, folks. 2016 Ford. Going against Joe. Johan Wolf from Delta. He's in the 2006 Charger. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes? Please, Sports Compact to the lanes. Pavel's taking this one, 12.04 with a 5 at 121 miles an hour. And Johan a 14.12 at 101 miles an hour. Great racing action continuing here. We have Austin from Abbotsford, 2007 Silverado, going against Jake Evison from Abbotsford. He's got that 2022 Mustang. Pretty close, but Jake has taken this one at 12.90 with a 5 at 110 miles an hour. Austin with a 13.48 at 104.
Are these all one class? Yeah, that's one class. I'll give you the next class.
Rodrigue from Delta in his 2018 Mustang going against Andy from Mission in his Ford Raptor. It's a 2017 in the Lordco Lane, Andy versus Rodrigue. All right, Rodrigue from Delta in his 2018 Mustang. It's got a 13.98, 97 miles an hour. Just have to reset our tree, and Andy is going to take a pass. 2017 Ford Raptor. Andy with a 13.95, 98 miles an hour. The TCS side we have is James from Surrey. I can't mention what he calls his truck, but it starts with an S and it ends with a hawk. 2018, he's going against Clayton from Coquitlam. 2019 Dodge Challenger with a 392 Hemi. Very close race. Whoa, look at this. 12.53 at 108 for James. 12.54 at 113 for Clayton. That's pretty darn close, folks. In Lordco Lane, it is Utah Mooney from Coquitlam, 1999 Ford 3-liter. He is a student. It's going against Roland Lowen from Aldergrove in that 1955 Meteor. He's got a 302 under the hood. It's Roland in the TCS lane and Utah in the Lordco lane. Roland running a 13.06 at 101 miles an hour. Utah with an 18.668 and 72 miles an hour. On the TCS side, we have Harj Chima from Mission. He's racing a 2021 Mustang. He is in the TCS lane. Going against the white Corvette.
Yes, I do.
Not sure why we don't have the white Corvette's tech card, but hey, if he wants to come on up to the tower, let us know who he is. That'd be great. Harj Chima in the TCS lane versus the Corvette. Wow. And it's Harj with an 11.72 and an 8 at 110 miles an hour, a 12.86 at 113 for the Corvette. We have a Dodge. Looks like he's rolling some coal here in the TCS lane. We do have his card. Yay. It is Jeff McKay in the silver clunker, the 2005 Dodge. He says his accomplishments is he made it to the track. Well, welcome, sir. He calls his truck the silver clunker, and it sponsors our One West Performance. Don't forget, we do have diesel drags later on this year. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We just need to remind you about our speed limit. Our speed limit is 5 kilometers an hour, and we need you to respect that, please. So I've had some complaints. There's some speeding in the pits, so please be aware of your speed. Again, thanks so much to our sponsors. Some people have to go and take the kids to bed, so glad to see you here today. Don't forget our next Street Legals will be coming up May the 12th. That's your opportunity to bring your car out and play with us. Friday Night Street Legal sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies here on the Titanium Strip. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group here, your choice destination for used cars, trucks, SUVs, and minivans. Be sure to join the Titanium Facebook group and you could win. I know that they have a draw and they're drawing it on Monday. You could be the big winner of $100. They have $300 they're giving away and it could be you. Integra versus Alexis are our next two vehicles up. Wow, this is actually a closer race than I would have thought. And look at that, the Lordco lane takes it. A 15.71, 94 miles an hour versus a 15.70, but his reaction time was a lot longer, and that's why the Lordco lane takes it. Civic and the BMW. Lordco lane taking it. Wow, a 10.55, 132 miles an hour. TCS side is a 13.55 with a 4, 105 miles an hour. Stefan from Chilliwack in his 2014 Beetle. It's in the TCS lane.
Don't want to be on camera, you can just go in the office.
Volkswagen versus Volkswagen. Here's Stefan in the TCS lane now. A 13.59 with a 712 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, and a 14.58, 99 miles an hour in the TCS side for Stefan. TCS side, we have a BMW.
I can turn on these lights for you. That would help you.
BMW versus BMW. Looks like the Lordco lane sleeping on the line. 1 second reaction time. I don't have the name of the BMW. That's kind of weird. 11.17 with a 5, 122 miles an hour. Lordco lane a 13.13 at 124. TCS side is Jason from Surrey in 2016 Golf. He was going against Lauren Stewart from Pitt River Road, Coquitlam, 2018 Audi. The Audi taking it, 10.99 with a 5 at 128 miles an hour. Way to go, Lauren, at 11.81 with a 4 at 115 for Jaden. The TCS lane, it is Mike from Mission. It is 2000 Honda Civic. But the Lordco lane takes it a 13.58, 109 miles an hour. And Mike with an 18.42 at 73 miles an hour. Carrying on here, Friday Night Street Legals on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. It's getting a little dark, harder for us to see the numbers. Again, we're doing it manually. Yeah, let's go back.
No problem, that's fine, thank you.
15.025, 94 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Really turning it on in the top end there. It was close in the beginning. And here we have Ash Deep from Abbotsford, 2016 BMW is going against Peyton Tan from Surrey in his 2009 BMW. It looks like it is Ash Deep from Abbotsford taking it 11.60 at 120 miles an hour. Peyton, a 10.98 at 129, but his reaction time took him out of that race. It is Nathan from Maple Ridge in his 2021 Nissan in the TCS lane. Going against the Subaru, but Nathan takes it with a 10.61 and a 6 at 135 miles an hour. That is quick. 15.90 with 90 miles an hour in the Lordco lane. Audi versus Audi next up here.
5805.
In Lordco lane, it is Rich Dang from Maple Ridge. Sponsored by Inertia Motorsports, the 2020 Type R, running a 2.0 liter turbo. He's in the Lordco lane. Just waiting for the next bulb to be lit in the TCS lane. There we go, bulbs are lit, greens. And off they go. Pretty close in the beginning. Wow, really close, folks. But the TCS lane is taking it an 11.73, 123 miles an hour. And the Lordco lane, 11.9 with a 5 at 115. Here, TCS lane, it is David from Vancouver. He's driving his 2019 Range Rover. It's got a 5.0 liter. Going against the Supra, it is Alan from Burnaby, sponsored by Evolution Auto, a 1993 Toyota. It looks like it is David with a 12.75 and a 7 at 111. And Alan a 13.17 at 122. Just barreling through here at the Sport Compact class, sponsored by Racing Greed. Sam Wood in his 1962 VW Bug. He is a mechanic by trade, and he is from Mission. He's going against Brody from Chilliwack Racing, his 2015 Infiniti Q50. Who will be the Volkswagen or the Infiniti? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get all Outlaws to the lanes, please? Outlaws to the lanes. VW Bug with a great reaction time, just taking off. But look at that. Brody is chasing him down. Who will it be, folks? Brody takes it from behind. A 12.7 at 114 versus Sam in the Bug, a 13.43 with a 6 and 84 miles an hour. Great racing. In the Lordco lane, it is Taylor from Chilliwack in his 1993 Toyota. Going against the Audi in the TCS side. TCS lane taking it 11.45 with a 9 at 119 versus the 13.41 at 120 miles an hour. Next up will be the battle of the Honda Civics. In the TCS lane, it is Dylan Jones from Abbotsford in his 2023 Civic going against the Acura. Looks like it's... Can't read the gentleman's name. But Dylan takes it at 15.69, 92 miles an hour. And Lordco lane an 18.46, 76 miles an hour. All right, we have Christian Williams from New Westminster in that 2018 Audi in the TCS lane. And he is going to take it at 11.92 with a 6 at 123 miles an hour. The Lordco lane of 14.87 at 92. Here comes Marcus Bell from Chilliwack. He's got a 2001 BMW in the TCS lane going against Grace in her Mazda 3. Looks like Grace is giving him a run for his money here. Pretty even. It does look like it's going to be Marcus, a 16.03 with a 9 at 85 miles an hour and a 16.67 at 82 in the Lordco lane. Audi versus Audi. We've got Charmin Sadu from Delta in the Lordco lane. 2018 Audi is going against another Audi here. Yeah, this one's pretty quick. Oh, but look at that. Sleeping on the line in the TCS lane. 1 second reaction time is not going to cut it, folks. At 11.24 with the 6, 124 miles an hour for Charmin Sadu. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the motorcycle class to the lanes, please? Motorcycles to the lanes. I don't have a name for the TCS driver, but he is racing a BMW. Lane 4 for the motorcycles, please. Can we get you into lane 4? We have Willie from Abbotsford driving the 2016 Golf in the Lordco lane. Going against the BMW in the TCS side. Bulbs are lit double green, and the BMW takes off. BMW with an 11.17, 122 miles an hour. Willie with a 15.38 at 92 miles an hour. We have Rich Dang from Maple Ridge, 2020 Type R in the TCS lane, sponsored by Inertia Motorsports, going against Ali Gomez from Mission, also sponsored by Inertia Motorsports in the 2017 Honda Civic. So Ali is in the Lordco lane. And Rich in the TCS lane. Looks like a red light. TCS lane with Rich. And Ali taking it at 15.48, 95 miles an hour. This is the Friday Night Street Legals here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. So glad to have you out here today. Just a little more track prep going to happen. Kind of glad it's cooled down a little bit. It was smoking hot earlier, I must say. Glad to have you all here. Don't forget, we're broadcasting live on 92.7 FM. And a big hello to all our live stream listeners. How are you doing? We hope to see you down at the track soon. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group here at the Titanium Strip. They are a big sponsor of ours, and also big thanks to Valley Tech Production for all your help with our sound, our video, and our Lordco TV. Well, just about everything. They are quite amazing. Thank you so much to Valley Tech. We're going to be carrying on with racing action soon, but I wanted to tell you about a few more things that we got for Christmas. As I was saying, we got the two bright working scoreboards, along with those wonderful foam center blocks that the West Coast Outlaws love to take out. But did you know we have a new timing system, an AccuTime timing system? For more than 20 years, AccuTime has provided drag race timing systems with quality and reliability. We personally install the systems for quality, exceptional knowledge to support you. We understand racing, electronics, hardware, and software. Personally designed AccuTime with systems approach, all the pieces fit together to execute the race seamlessly and reliably. We provided you with a fully installed and tested timing system, eighth mile, quarter mile, or 1,000 feet, data communications, tree computers with software, timer box, photo cells, and brackets, starting line, dialing boards, tower printers, everything that we need with our brand new timing system. It is quite amazing, I must say. Thank you for your patience here with us today. The Friday Night Street Legals, we're doing everything manually here. Our computer decided, I don't want to work on the first day of racing. Why would I work? Oh no. But we've got some great tower officials up here trying to make it work. If we can't get your name, we're really sorry, but we are working really hard on it. Coming up next here at the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, we will have our motorcycle class. Motorcycle sponsored by Mountain View Harley-Davidsons and Mountain View Motorsports. Great night racing action here. When it cools down, the cars and motorcycles go faster. So it just gets more and more exciting here the later it gets. And we race until the dew sets in, folks. So thanks for racing with us on the strip and not on the street. Just have a little bit of track prep and we'll get back underway with our motorcycle class. Don't forget to go and check out Badass Garage. Badass Garage, go say hi to Amy for me. All the coolest man or woman cave items, clocks, neon signs, just everything you could possibly need. Go and check it out, Badass Garage, and say hi to Amy for me. Big shout out to the concession stand. How are you doing over there? Have you tried their burgers? Their poutine, perhaps? Definitely some good food. Check it out at the concession stand. If you're hungry or thirsty, they have everything you could possibly need. Lots of races coming up this year, folks. Be sure to check out our website, missionraceway.com, or our Facebook page. Our next Mopac Street Legals are on May the 12th. We've got the good old Summit ET Series race coming up May 6th and 7th. May 13th and 14th, the Beastie Historic Motor Races at the Speed Fanatics Motorsports Circuit, sponsored by Titanium Ford. And what's really cool, we've got those Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association race, and that is on May the 28th. And personally, I think that's going to be pretty cool. Drag boats back on the Fraser race, and all a part of the cool stuff happening at Mission Raceway. Just got a little bit of track prep going to go on. So our tower here is going to take 5 minutes. Let me catch my breath. And we'll be right back at you to finish off the last portion of our Friday Night Street Legals here at the Titanium Strip, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. All right, here we go back to racing. BCIT Magazine here, interviewing everyone in the tower. Thanks so much for being here. That was great to see you out here documenting what goes on here at Mission Raceway. So thank you so much for being here. BCIT, you rock. All right, carrying on with our Outlaw class. Please bear with us. Again, it's getting dark and our computers are down. First day of racing, no computers, say no problem. Corvette in the far lane. It is a close race here too, folks. Holy moly, but the Corvette takes it at 11.24 of the two, 129 miles an hour. And in the TCS lane, it's an 11.17, but the reaction time of 1.6 just made him lose that race, unfortunately. It looks like we have Steve in the far lane going against the Charger, I believe. Great racing action here. A little bit of a delayed reaction time the Lordco side, so TCS lane takes it 10.74, 138 miles an hour. That is great. Here comes Dell. He is back. He's from Pitt Meadows, that 1977 Nova. Going against Razvan from Maple Ridge. She's got that 96 VW Golf. Dell taken off. Definitely a great pass by Dell, 10.62 with the 7, 126 miles an hour. And Razvan, a 13.63 at 119. The TCS lane, it is Steve from Surrey, 1969 Mustang, going against Tej Sangha in the 2023 Mustang. Tej is going to have to clean up his reaction time, but you know what? Yeah, that's why he lost this race. 12.98 at 107 versus a 12.50, a 0.23 margin between these two cars. We have Tony Brand from North Vancouver, 1973 Nova, running a Chevy 434. He's going against the Mustang in the TCS lane. All right, looks like Tony really wants it in that Nova, boy. But it is a close race here. Anything could happen. Oh, it looks like Tony didn't make it. Not as fast in the top end, a 13.94 with a 7, 69 miles an hour. Clearly having a problem. A 12.35 at 108 in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get the domestic class to the lanes, please? All domestics to the lanes. It's Sean from Linden, Washington, in 69 Mach 1. He is a farmer from Washington. Great race here. An 11.31 in the TCS lane and a 12.01 at 113 in the other lane. TCS lane is Carson from Mission, 1970 C10, running a 355, going against Dan Gray from Maple Ridge in the 83 Ford, running a 460. I'm loving that Dan Grace truck, boy, oh boy, I'll tell you. 12.15, 111 miles an hour. For Carson, a 14.23 with a toot, 74 miles an hour. We race until the dew sets in, folks. Our next two cars is Rob Monroe from Surrey, 1969 Acadian, running a 383 Chev, going against Mike Enns from Mission. Sponsored by Crown Door. It is 2002 Ford. Wow. That Acadian sure's got some power there, but look how close this is. Wow. A 10.79, folks, versus a 10.97. A 0.53 margin. Great racing here at the Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Got a BMW in the TCS lane. Looks like a solo pass before we move into our motorcycle class. All domestics, you should be making your way to the lanes, please. Domestics to the lane. BMW taking his solo pass here at the Friday Night Street Legals on the titanium strip, a 12.93 with an 892 miles an hour for the BMW. Be moving into our motorcycle class here. It's sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Thank you so much for sponsoring this class. And if you are looking for a Harley Davidson, don't go anywhere else except Mountain View Harley Davidson. All of your Harley needs. Shout out to all our spectators that are hanging out with here this evening. It's been a great evening of racing, hasn't it? Doesn't get better than this. Friday Night Street Legals with all of you. And hello to everyone on the live stream. We hope to have you out today. Lots of spectators, lots of racers here. So great to see it. Here is my friend Colin White on his new bike. He is from Mission, works at Pioneer Truck and Trailer. He's got a 2003 Yamaha, and he is a mechanic trying out his bike on the strip for the first time. Big shout out to his kids, Abby and Emily. A 14.32 at 89 miles an hour. Tom Katnick from Maple Ridge, sponsored by TK Performance. He's racing that to a Harley Davidson. Not sure what year it is. But there he is, running a solo pass here in our motorcycle class. Tom Katnick. Wow, you can just tell that thing has a lot of power. When he shifts, it just goes down in the rear tire and just launches a 10.76, 131 miles an hour. How would you feel about being on a motorcycle at 131 miles an hour, folks? I'll tell you, these guys have some kahoonies. If you did download the Times app, the Time Slip app, we'd really like to know how you feel about it. So be sure to let us know on Facebook, Twitter, or whatever. We've got the El Camino versus the Mustang here, moving into our domestic class, sponsored by Mopac Auto Parts. An 11.76 with a 3 at 120 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, and 11.79 at 71 in the TCS side. Andy Coleman from Mission in his Ford Raptor. It's a 2017 with a twin turbo. Going against the little truck. A 13.88 with a 499 miles an hour in the TCS lane. A 19.38 at 73 in the Lordco lane. Dodge Charger versus Dodge Challenger coming up next here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Like to thank Guntus here beside me. He is a trainee, and guess what? He is saving my life here. He's looking through all the tech cards every time we know what number, and he pulls it out of a big stack. This guy is the man. Guntus, thank you. Dodge battle Dodge here. Very close in the beginning here. Close reaction times. Does look like it's an 11.93 with a 5, 127 miles an hour in the Lordco lane, 15.192 in the TCS lane. Malibu in the far lane versus the truck. It looks like it may be Rex Jessamine in the 1978. Oh, it's a Chevy Monte Carlo, excuse me, 355 Chev. Going against that truck in the TCS lane. Going to be Rex taking this one at 12.37, 107 miles an hour. TCS lane at 13.5 at 99. TCS lane, we have Anthony from Maple Ridge in his 2020 TK Shelby GT500. Having a hard time in the dark trying to see those numbers. I think what we need for next Christmas is some lighting when you come up to the lane. 11.98 at 120 in the TCS lane and 11.48 at 117, but that reaction time in the Lordco lane did him in. It looks like the Battle of the Blazers again. Oh. $19.85 Blazer in the TCS side, and it's, can't read the names. Going against Kevin Major from Burnaby in his 1990 S10 Blazer. Looks like this time it's Kevin Major with an 11.94. And Ken on the other side, a 13.22 at 104. In the Lordco lane, we've got Stan Carr, the 74 Corvette, going against Owen Carr in the 68 Pontiac. Not sure if they're brothers, father and son, but I really want to know. I hope they write it in their tech cards for next time. This time it'll be Stan, but it was close, a 14.12 versus a 14.58 for Owen. Way to go, Stan. This Tarnjeet in the 09 Corvette going against Harge in his 2021 Mustang. It's a close one, but looks like Tarnjeet a 10.78 and Harge an 11.52. Pretty close.
Is that 1691?
All right, look at that. A tech card is for Mark from Poco in the 1980 Camaro running the 350, going against Johan Wolf from Delta in the 2006 Charger. Johan taking it, a 13.89 at 102 miles an hour. Mark with a 15.06 and a 6 at 99. Friday night street legals carrying on until the dew sets in. Sponsored by Mopac Auto Supply. The Mustang and the truck, the Mustang in the TCS lane, and whoa, it's close, but the truck takes it a 16.05 versus a 16.35. That's how close it was, folks. We've got Keith from Mission in the 1988 Dodge. Going against Roland in his 1955 Meteor running the 302. Roland had a 12.88 with a 1 at 102 miles an hour in that cool 1955 Meteor. Keith, a 19.18 at 76 miles an hour. Rolling through the domestic class here. Ford Explorer in the TCS lane going against Stephanie from Mission. Their 2021 Dodge Durango, and she is not messing around, folks. She takes it 11.87 at 115 miles an hour. She's packing a Hellcat in that car, so way to go, Stephanie. TCS lane, we've got Jeff McKay from Abbotsford in his silver clunker, sponsored by One West Performance in the 05 Dodge, running a Cummins. He's rolling some coal. His accomplishments is he made it to the track. We're so glad to have you. Going against James McNath from Surrey in his S-Hawk, the 2018. But you know I can't say those words, James. The ultimate in cool, that truck rolling the coal, but unfortunately, it looks like he went before the tree was ready, so it automatically goes to James, a 12.62 at 108 miles an hour. Okay, it's Mustang battle. Old Mustang versus new Mustang. Who's it going to be, folks? What do you think? Do you think it's the old Mustang? What about the new Mustang? Well, it looks like someone was sleeping on the light there in the Lordco lane. But you know what? He overcomes and he takes it 12.59 at 121 miles an hour. Rodrigue with a 14.06 at 100 miles an hour in his 2018 Mustang.
And he's never worked in,
Here in the TCS lane, we've got Utah Mooney from Coquitlam, 1999 Ford, running a 3-liter, going against Clayton Schultz from Coquitlam. Couple of Coquitlam boys here. He's got a 2019 Dodge Challenger running a 392 Hemi Power in the Lordco lane, going against Utah Mooney out here in the TCS lane. It could be you racing, folks. Our next Street Legals coming up on May the 12th. Clayton working that Hemi. 12.82 at 113 miles an hour for Clayton. And Utah just having some fun at 19.07, 73 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Can we get Sports Compact to the lanes? Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sports Compact to the lanes, please. 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll be rolling into Sports Compact coming up next. Sponsored by Racing Greed. Just want to let you know about a couple more things we got for Christmas because it was a good Christmas for Mission Raceway thanks to the BC Custom Car Association. We got a new static track dragger. The Hookmaster track dragger lays down rubber, cleans conditions while re-exciting the traction compound. Just what we needed, folks. Brand new static track dragger. As well as an efficient TVC scraper. This scraper is the ticket for scraping efficiently on the track. Right now, our staff members manually wheel out a propane bottle and torch the surface. Hand scraping can take hours and even days. This machine also has a 0 turn radius, which means it can focus on the spots that need the most attention. I know that our track officials are very grateful for all of our new equipment here at Mission Raceway. We also did get a new Kubota utility tractor. A model M5 111 Kubota was supplied to us by the fine folks at Avenue Machinery Corporation in Abbotsford. This machine delivers the latest in comfort with a wider cabin and cleaner emissions. Some of the selling features for us were the constant RPM management, allowing for smooth, stable operation, and bevel gear front axle for great maneuverability. Plus, the color matches our awesome new backpack blowers from Prospect Equipments, your outdoor power equipment specialists right here in Mission. Just overhearing our track officials talking on the track, saying that we have perfect track conditions still. Of course, the Friday Night Street Legal, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies, races until the dew sets in, until it is unsafe to race, but we want to keep going. So we're probably going to get another full rotation in of all of our classes. Big thanks again to Guntus here, my assistant, pulling through all of our tech cards manually. Folks, it's no joke. We're earning our pennies tonight up here in the tower. So glad to see all the spectators still here, enjoying the beautiful evening. It is cooling down a bit. So if you need to warm up, I'm sure the concession stand has coffees, teas, and some warm drinks to warm you up if it's a little chilly. Unfortunately, I haven't been out to see what it's like out there. Been up here working. Don't forget, we're giving away a 2000 Ford Mustang GT. Perhaps you've seen it. It's right behind the first set of bleachers where the winner's circle is. We're very excited to announce that a partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we're giving away a 2006 Ford Mustang GT. It's stock right now, but it won't be for long with help from Titanium Auto Group, Bubba's Speed Shop, Vancouver Car Ups, and Mopac Auto Supplies. We will be transforming this car into a street strip cruiser, capable of running some fast times. Follow along at MRP Lordco TV on YouTube as we build the car and even show you some tips and tricks to improving your quarter-mile times. In the TCS lane, we do have Rich Dang from Maple Ridge. His 2020 Type R, sponsored by Inertia Motorsports, going against Lauren Stewart from Coquitlam, 2018 Audi. 10.82 with a 5, 130 miles an hour for Lauren. And Rich with an 11.53 at 117. Looks like the cars are getting faster, folks. Great track conditions. Integra versus an Audi coming up next. Right, we had to back up those cars, just having a little issue up here in the tower, but I think we've got it resolved, and we're going to get them staged up again. In the Lordco lane, it's Christian Williams from New Westminster, 2018 Audi. TCS lane is an Integra. And it looks like he's running a little better now, further in the evening. All the drivers have a little bit of a chance to get used to their vehicles and the reaction times. But it looks like the Audi wins it, a 15.03 with a 4 at 114 and a 15.42 at 90 miles an hour for Christian. Golf, Battle of the Golf 2016 Golf driven by Jaden in the TCS lane, and he's the winner, an 11.98 with a 714 miles an hour. Next up, we've got the BMW in the TCS lane versus the Ford in the Lordco lane. TCS lane, it's Marcus Bell from Chilliwack. He's got that 2001 BMW. This is a close race again here. Marcus Bell taking it a 15.97 at 86 miles an hour. He's sponsored by Evolution. 16.41 in the Lordco lane at 83 miles an hour. All right, we've got a Civic versus the Land Rover. It's David in the Land Rover from Vancouver, running a 5-liter. 12.55, 111 miles an hour for David. And a 13.77 at 104 for the TCS lane. We've got Ann Copeland from Surrey in her 2016 Subaru Outback going against Stefan from Chilliwack, his 2014 Beetle. Ann's in the TCS lane, Stefan in the Lordco lane. It's going to be Stefan this time, a 14.75, 100 miles an hour, and with a 15.82 at 91. Okay, we've got Peyton in the 2009 BMW going against the other BMW at 2021. There's 125 racers here today. Amazing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get the Outlaw class? The Outlaw class, please, to the lanes. All right, and can we also get motorcycles to the lanes, please? Motorcycles. TCS side, it's Willie going against the Mazda. Willie's from Abbotsford running a 2016 Volkswagen. He is an auto body tech. Lordco lane with a 15.27 at 94 miles an hour. And Willie with a 15.67 at 92 miles an hour.
Oh, okay, E040.
We've got Brody in the TCS lane in his 2015 Infiniti going against Brandon from Abbotsford and his Infiniti. It's the Infiniti battle here at Mission Raceway. All right, just to let you know, this will be the last rotation of racing. The last rotation of racing, the track's getting flat, is what I heard. 14.54 in the TCS lane, 15.84 in the Lordco side. We've got Ali Gomez going against we want to say it's Jad Gill from Vancouver in the other lane, sponsored by Grace Racing Greed in his 2021 Audi. He ends up winning with a 10.67 at 133 miles an hour. Ali Gomez a 16.14 at 90 miles an hour.
Where are you sending me now, Pat?
Sorry. Carrying on here, the Friday Night Street Legals brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. We have Outlaw and Motorcycle next. Outlaw sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies and Motorcycle sponsored by Mountain View Harley Davidson and Mountain View Motorsports. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get Outlaws and Motorcycles to the lane, please? Outlaw and Motorcycles to the lane. Unfortunately, we do have a little bit of oil on the track, so our track officials are going to take care of that now. Make sure our track is safe to run and carry on as we finish out this rotation here at the Friday Night Street Legals. Big thanks to Titanium Auto Group. This is the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceways. Don't forget to go to their Facebook page, folks. They are giving away some cash, and it's happening Monday. They have 3 giveaways of $100. If you go to their Facebook page and follow their directions, like their page, you could be the big winner. Also, they're helping us give away that Mustang GT that's right behind the first set of bleachers. It's actually pretty nice looking, even stock, I must say. A lot better than my 4-banger Toyota Corolla, I must say. Big thanks also to Valley Tech Production Group for all of your help, helping us with our sound, video, Lordco TV, and just about everything. Shout out to the live stream if you're listening to us on the live stream. We hope to see your smiling face here in person soon. Our next Mopac Street Legals is May the 12th. Hope to see you there. I'll be there for sure. Also, the NHRA Summit ET Series race, May 6th and 7th. We'll have Jerry Lucky and myself here announcing that race. And that's going to be real cool. Bracket racing, we've got some juniors, we've got all sorts of classes for the ET series. That's when we race the Super Pro Sportsman, Bikes, Junior Dragster, and Junior Street. Hot Rod. It's pretty cool. At least that's what my book says. Rolling into our Outlaw class now. Outlaws, sponsored by Mopac Auto Supplies. We have Dorian Unkovic from Burnaby in the TCS lane. 2008 BMW going against Razvan from Maple Ridge, part of Team All Racing. He's got a 1996 VW Golf, and he's an engineer. Good to see both these guys out here today. Who will take it? Is it going to be Dorian or Razvan? Some cool flame action out of Razvan in the Lordco lane. And look at him go. 12.53, 122 miles an hour. And he's beating the other dude because he sat at the line for 2.6 seconds. That's unfortunate. Reaction times do matter. So be sure that you're practicing on that tree. And if you need a hand, let our starters know. They can tell you. When that third ball goes, you hit it. Well, that's just what I've heard anyway. Mustang and the Challenger. The Challenger's a 2015 Dodge driven by Jared. He is a marketing manager. Going against the Mustang in the TCS lane. .65 at 127 miles an hour for Jared. A 14.19 with a 5, 100 miles an hour even in the TCS lane with the Mustang. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get sports compact and domestic to the lanes, please? Sports compact and domestic to the lanes, please. TCS side, a 13.05 at 103 miles an hour. Getting through the final rotation here at Friday Night Street Legals. Good job to all of our track officials and tower staff. Boy, oh boy, first race of the season here. Lots of cars, and you know what? We're doing great, I must say. I'm impressed with everybody here, so professional at Mission Raceways, and I'm very impressed with all the spectators and all of the racers here today. It's so good to see you back again. So glad to be racing, hey? That was a long winter. Glad to be back, glad to see all of our new staff members. So if you're new to Mission Raceway, we really appreciate you. So glad you are out here with us. Don't forget to like our Facebook page, Mission Raceway. It'll give you all the details on upcoming races and the upcoming boat drags, which will be very cool. Dodge Charger pulling up to the line here in the TCS lane. We can't make out, do we know the number? Yeah, we do. Oh, here we go. It's Johan. He's from Delta, 2016 Charger, running a 345 Dodge. Johan running a 14.58 with a 201 miles an hour. This one. In the Lordco lane, it is Ken Christensen, 2014 Ford Mustang 5.0, going against Cam Penner from Langley in his 2006 Dodge Charger. And look at Ken go. great reaction time, and he is off and running. Ken with an 11.80 and a 3 at 120 miles an hour. Cam Penner, 15.1, 492 miles an hour. We've got Kevin Major in his 1990 S10 Blazer in the Lordco lane. Looked like it was Stefan in the TCS lane, a 13.65 for him, and 11.89 for Kevin Major at 114 miles an hour. Here we have Harge from Mission 2021 Mustang going against the Isaiah, the 2014 Ford F-150. Looks like it's going to be Harge taking it to 13.75, 117 miles an hour. And Isaiah with a 16.26 at 86 miles an hour. TCS lane, it's Rex Jessamine running his 1978 Chevy Monte Carlo going against Ken from Surrey in his 85 Blazer running a 383. And it's pretty close, I must say here, you guys. Who's it going to be? Who's got that extra power in the top end? It is Rex with a 12.66 and a 5 at 105 miles an hour. Because the reaction time of Kevin wasn't up to par, 12.906. Audi and the Raptor in Lordco lane just taking off like he stole it. A 13.67, 98 miles an hour for the Raptor. And an 18.35 at 64 miles an hour in the TCS lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call. Final call for sports compact and domestics. Please make your way to the lane. This is your final call for sports compact and domestics. Last race was pretty close. Lordco lane, a 15.31 versus a 15.55 in the TCS lane. Tower side, we've got Utah Mooney from Coquitlam, 1999 Ford, going against Clayton Schultz, also from Coquitlam, 2019 Dodge Challenger, running that 392 Hemi. Just love the way those Hemis sound. Wow. I need a Hemi. Wonder if a Hemi will fit in my Toyota Corolla.
We can try.
We can try? Oh, Shelby says she'll help me. 12.85 with the Hemi, 112 miles an hour. Utah, an 18.91, 68 miles an hour. All right, 1955 Meteor coming up. Going against the 66 Mustang, owned by Tanner. Tanner trying to chase him down, but with an almost 2-second reaction time, it's not going to happen, my friend. A 12.90 for the Meteor. 16.64 for Tanner. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The lanes are now closed. We've got Harge on the TCS sign for Mission 2021 Mustang, and he's going against Johan Wolf from Delta, a 2006 Charger. He calls his car the Wolf Hemi. Johan in the Lordco lane, Harge in the TCS lane. Just waiting for the Lordco lane to bump up a little and light that second bulb. All right, looks like Johan, he doesn't get a time because he kind of timed out, and Harge got an 18.34 at 63 miles an hour. That wraps up tonight's Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. A big thank you to everyone that came out today, our spectators and our racers, everybody on the live stream. Oh, we have one more car, you guys. What you doing? BMW going down the TCS lane, our final pass. Good job to all of our racers tonight, and if you would like to race, folks, we want to watch you. Next Street Legal is coming up May the 12th. We hope to see you and your car at 18.85 at 63 miles an hour here in the TCS lane. Great job to all of our track officials as well. First race of the season, wow. With our computers going out, it was interesting. All my thanks in the world to Guntus here, our apprentice. He was not ready for this today, but you know what? He made himself ready. And I'm going to say it, he's a badass. Just saying. Anna, Shelby, thank you so much here. Elise, all of our track officials. Great job. First race of the season is tucked under our belt. Big thanks to our class sponsors, Mopac Auto Supply, Racing Greed, Mountain View Harley Davidson, Mountain View Motorsports. So great to see all the spectators today. If you have any questions, please email us or contact us on our Facebook page or via Twitter. Again, everybody, please have a safe drive home. You've gotten out all your need for speed on the track, so you're going to be nice, safe, legal drivers doing the speed limit on the way home. Glad to see you. We will see you next week. The next time for the Friday Night Street Legals. Don't forget, folks, we've got the Summit ET Series May 6th and 7th. So we hope to see everybody there. Again, my name is Chrissy Anderson. It's been a pleasure announcing for you tonight. Everybody, we'll see you next time.